فؤاد. احنا فتحة 2 و8 يا فؤاد. ماشي يا معلم. في باك فوكس يا فؤاد. كويس كده؟ ماشي شكرا.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Taif Racecourse here in the Western region in Saudi Arabia for our next meeting of the campaign. It's meeting 7, which is the Taif Flower Cup Festival here at King Khalid Racecourse. And there you can see some of the beautiful flowers here on show at the racetrack. Looking forward to today's afternoon's action. I have to say the story so far really is the amount of non-runners. There's so many non-runners here today. We have a 20 meeting season here, but there's almost 2 pages of non-runners. A couple of late absentees here for our first race. We'll give them all in just a moment or two. We start with both Arabian races, normally 2 on the card, and our first couple of races are maidens. We have a version for fillies here over 1,600 metres for 3-year-olds, and then the colts and geldings equivalent. 4:55 local time, that's around 25 minutes from now, before the first of our thoroughbred races. The local bred maiden at 5:20 is the first of those, before a non-winners of 3 event and a couple of extra maidens. Race 8 is a Jcsa challenge race, in which the red and white stable have a strong grip on. That comes before the Al Qura University Cup, the Al Qura University Cup. In a stack field for that contest. Before tonight's feature, the Taif Flower Cup. That is for 3-year-old colts, geldings and fillies over 2,000 metres. Again, another race that's been hit hard by non-runners. The white stable still have a couple of runners in there. No Camilo Ospina, sadly, for a little while. He's broken his leg in training, so we send our best wishes to Camilo for a swift and speedy recovery. That certainly opens the door to the likes of Abdullah Al Farouz and Rayan Al Taesh, who often ride second and third string white stable horses. And we conclude tonight's card. He's maiden, which the red stable have a good opportunity there with Artawi. Alex Moreno taking the ride there for Saud Al-Qahtani in tonight's feature at 9 o'clock. 11 races to come here at Taif, Western Saudi Arabia. And as I say, a day that has been hit hard by non-runners. First race, you can take out numbers 2, 4, 5, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18 and 20. You can add in 21 because that's a late scratching as well. So the numbers that do go, 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 16, 19 and 22. Jarubia Al-Gomgam, who only ran here last week, bottom of the reserve list, gets to run. You don't often see that. But her participation is certainly required to make this a competitive heat. An Arabian fillies maiden 3-year-olds of a 1,600 metres, 20,000 Saudi Riyal going to the winner. That's around £4,000. The race, as I say, that has been hit hard. Right, what about the markets? Al Jawara is the favourite here, 7-4 for Fahad Al Faradi. Finished well to take third of 15 on debut here over 6 furlongs at Riyadh in January. Has been off the track since, but should be helped by this longer trip. The absence would be a concern. Second favourite is the top horse, who is one of our debutants here, Alia Al Cannon, who is at 5-1, an unraced Jalab Al Khaladia filly out of an unraced Irish-bred mare. Trainer struck in an open here last week and has been supported for the first-time start. What about Cayenne, horse number 10, who's third in the market? 13-2 for Cayenne. This is horse number 10, an unraced Mr. Ginu filly out of an unraced French-bred mare, an enticing pedigree and not without a chance. It is then 15-2 bar those. Ghazala Aliyat Najad heading the remainder. Hasn't shown much ability in 2 starts over 1,200 metres and now steps up markedly in distance. So really, the door is open for horse number 3, Al Jawara, for Fahad Al Faradi and Rayan Ali Ibrahim. Just 3 more out of line here. You can see with the numbers on the stalls how many we're missing. There are all the starting gates in use. Just the 11 runners for our first race. Say Elham Athbar, horse number 21, 17 Shahama Al Nakwa are both late scratchings here. Got 3 more to go forward. Alia Al Cannon is due into stall number 2. Khalifa is due into 12. And Joa Aliat Najad into 13. So starter has climbed down the rostrum. Not too sure what we're delayed by. But an interesting card ahead, highlighted by the hat-trick of the Jcsa Challenge at 7:35, the Al-Qura University Cup, the Taif Flower Cup, all in the space of an hour. The Al-Qura University Cup run over this distance of 1,600 metres, the Taif Flower Cup 2,000. So over a circuit of the track here, just the 2,000 metre start is in a similar pace when we're discussing and heading to Riyadh later in the year. Looking forward to that. First meeting has been confirmed for October the 16th. Friday and Saturday racing all the way to the end of the year. A couple of 3-day weekends at the start of next calendar year before the Saudi Cup. A week break before and after the 2027 highlight. We race all the way through into April, so a long season ahead. Right, more non-runners. 1 and 8 have been scratched. So we barely have a field for our first race. That is Alia Al Cannon and Joa Aliat Najad. They've been taken out by the starting team. We're waiting for the all clear. Set, they're off and racing. So 22 were declared for the first race of the afternoon. Only 9 emerged. Late absentees, horse number 1, Alia Al-Kanan, and horse 8, Joa Aliat Najad, as we compete here for this Arabian Fillies maiden 3-year-olds over 1,600 meters. And the yellow and red colors of Ghazala Aliat Najad is the first to show. From the grey Najma to the left as we look, towards the right as we look, is the black jacket of Shahana Bashir. So the leader is flanked by 2 greys as they complete the first 400 meters. Behind those, with the big white face, is Al Jawara, who's racing in company there with Kalfar. And just in behind the speed, the purple silks of Saba Wasset, as the front sextet are about to exit the back straight. Cayenne towards the inside is next in running, with Al Jawara now racing a length and a half behind that runner. Jarudia Al Gomgan is the one that is being pushed along at the rear of the field, now preceded by Jandrat Al Hizam as they head through the halfway stage. So it's Mohamed Al Yami and Ghazala Aliat Najad who show here by half a length. To Najma running in second in the dark green jacket. Purple silks of Sabo Wasset moves through into third. Ahead of Cayenne towards the inside. Khalifa is next, racing 3 lengths ahead then of Shahana Basha, who has lost significant ground. Al Jawara likewise. Jandra Al Hizam last but 1, and Jadrubia Al Gomgam has never been out of last place. Looks a 2-horse race from here, as on the right-hand side, Ghazala Aliat Najad has been joined up front by Najma. These two continue to dominate as they approach the final furlong. Ghazala Aliat Najad has been out in front since the get-go, and that is not going to change. Ghazala Aliat Najad, on her 3rd appearance, will score. Ghazala Aliat Najad will beat Najma home into second. 3rd was Cayenne. Clear then of Jamrat Al Hizam and Saba Wazet. A race that was cut apart not only from the late scratchings, but by also the late scratchings. 1 and 8 didn't go. It opened the door to Ghazala Aliat Najad, who has won our first race in the winning time of 1:58.61 seconds. 4.5 lengths back to Najma in second for young Salman Al Hajiri. 3rd was Cayenne. Bit of promise there on debut, like the 2nd horse. Saba Wasset was 4th, ahead of Jamrat Al Hizam and Khalifa. So 22 declared, only 9 went on to compete. It's gone the way of Saad Ali bin Berin and Baden Al Sabeh. Mohamed Al Yami doing the steering. And an opening race success for the 6, Ghazala Aliat Najad, who is off the mark at the 3rd attempt, beating both Najma and Cayenne, who showed some promise in 2nd and 3rd on their first appearances at Saba Wasset, for the 9 lengths away to 4th place. 6, 11, 10 and 16, a race that didn't take a lot of winning, will certainly go down in the history books as one of those races where I've never seen so many non-runners. Goodness me. 6, 11, 10, 16 though, the official outcome.
على وقفه معك ها؟ قال خليك على
هذا جوك اسمه شهراني.
Runners heading down to the 1600 meter start for the male equivalent to our first race. This Arabian horse made of colts and geldings is run for 3-year-olds over a mile. And another race that's been hit really hard by non-runners. We were missing 13 in the first race. You can take out numbers 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, 17, and 19. Meaning Galab, Aldaham, and Nabam, horses 20 and 21, get a run here. Late scratching, actually, the 4, so 4 down to 11 don't go. Meaning the third in the race card is horse number 12, Najman. Let's check the betting, where I think this would have been in favourite anyway. Ajmal Abu Alawaid is the market leader at 7-4 for Fahad Al Faredi and Basim Al Musa. This horse has been strong at the top of the betting, travelled powerfully en route to finishing 4th of 18 on debut over course and distance last week, which I called. Quickly turned out again and has leading claims here for a yard and an ownership, the Age Mill stable, who have plenty of luck and plenty of joy with Arabian winners. Some of their best horses over the last few years. Plenty come to mind. Could Ajmal Abu Alawaid be the latest prospect with a big future by No Risk Alamari? Ajmal Abu Alawaid, I think it's a good thing here. Still 3 as well. Fahad on board is the current favourite at 7-4. Rakin Al Cannon, horse number 14, is at 9-4. Najman is at 5-1. Bigger prices the rest as we await the final horse, Sidi, for Carlos Enrique, new name on the race card here in Saudi Arabia. We look set to race. Flag is up. They're off. Racing for this Arabian horse, Colts and Geldings maiden, over 1600 meters for 3-year-old, and the favorite was the first to begin. Sharp speed from Ajmal Abu Alawaid, who's quickly put himself 2 to 3 lengths up over Nizak in the white and green jacket, who will take off on the outside and actually overtake the market leader as they join up with the round course. So on the right is the grey Ajmal Abu Alawaid, who's darting towards the running rail. Fourth here over course and distance last week and quickly turned out again. Is in that front trio, racing in company with Nizak. And also there is Najman between them, and Najman has hit the front. One from the left-hand side is Naban, and around the outside is Rakan Al-Cannon. These are being followed by Sidi in the white and blue colours to the inside. It's racing 2-3 lengths ahead of a retreating Nizak. Towards the back of the field, Galab Al-Daham is struggling to keep up. And also towards the rear of the field is Amir Al-Hussein. So four of them getting away, and towards the inside we have the blue and yellow jacket of Ajmal Abu Alawaid, who is up top by a quarter of a length. Najman in a close second. Around the outside, Rakin Al-Cannon, and between rivals is Naban, as this quartet have broken clear of Sidi, who in fairness is around 15-20 lengths ahead of anything else. Heading for home, and Rakin Al-Cannon has now hit the front for Mohammed Al-Hubel. Quickly sweeps aside the likes of Ajmal Abu Alawaid. Also right in behind those is Najman, who is certainly in a private battle for second place at the moment. Naban but for fourth, but up to the line we go, and Rakin Al-Cannon, who was second on debut, goes one better. Rakin Al-Cannon wins for the first time. Ajmal Abu Alawaid was second this week, followed by Najman, and Naban was fourth. 1:58.74 the winning time. It's a 7-length success for Rakan Al-Cannon. Good performance here. Al-Cannon stable and Musa Alamosa, whose team are in decent nick at the moment. Ajmal Abu Alawaid second, Najman was third, and Naban fourth. 14, 2, 12 and 21, they were the only ones that really mattered in the end. City was a further 25 lengths beaten in fifth place. It takes home a little bit of money. Everything else probably still finishing now. Never really saw Amir Al-Hussein or Galab Al-Dahan. Shahiq Al-Shahania eventually, I say ran on, was beaten another 32 lengths in sixth place. So it was best of the rest. Rakin Al-Cannon then wins our second race of the afternoon. Mohammed Al-Hubel doing the steering. A 7.5 length success. 1:58.74 the winning time. 14, 2, 12, 21 and a very distant 18.
عناصر إنسانية وعابرات شارك العام الماضي من دار الجائزة استطاعته اليوم نتجاوز المشاركة أيوة والله ما فيها
Welcome back to Taif, Saudi Arabia for the third race of the afternoon. We are with Thoroughbreds for the first time here today. Meeting 7 continues, the Taif Flower Cup Festival. The big race coming up much later on in the day. Taif Cup, 8:05 local time, just after the Al Qura University Cup. A Jcsa this front card. Race number 3 is a local bred maiden for 3-year-old thoroughbred, 1,600 metres the distance again, so same terms as our first 2 races, but for thoroughbreds, not Arabians. Again, we're hit hard by non-runners. You can take out horses 2, 3, 4 and 5, along with 12, 13, 14 and 16, meaning we have a field of 9 going to post here. 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15 and 17 go. And our favourite for race 3 is Malay Mabrai, 15 to wait for Tariq Al-Mansour and Fahad Mislat. This is horse number 6, who steadily improved last season and capped off the campaign with a fine 4th place finish at Riyadh. Does have a wide draw here in 17, but of course with all the absentees, that will look more like stall 10, to be honest. So now that the draw is not a big concern, Fahad Mislat must be licking his lips with a chance here. 0 from 3 so far, but gradually got better with every run last term, as reported, and starts out the new campaign as a warm order 15 to 8 favourite. Tariq Al-Mansour aboard. Al Fazare, the top horse, brings in similar credentials, but has gone the other way in 3 starts so far. Has hinted at promise in 2 runs here last year before missing the whole of the second half of the campaign. Return with a poor display for these new connections. Al Fazare running for Ashka Al Sakor and in the colours of Sultan Hamad Al Munif. Al Fazare, who has also had 3 starts, has been handicapped off a mark of 35, which is £5 inferior to Malay Mabrai. What about Sha'id Beraku then? Because this horse hasn't got a rating yet, so might still sit in the unexposed column. It's a 13 to 2 chance and was far from disgraced when finishing 9th of 18 on debut. You've got a wide trip as well. Draws better today and may have place claims on side here. Sha'id Beraku has got Quil Hassan on board, a 4-kilo claimer, so he does carry plenty of inexperience, but will be a big ride for him. Khloe Hassan, 4-kilo claimer. Ibrahim Al Munif, who I think has something to do with the ownership as well. Meshkas was the other horse we should highlight because he has got the best rating in this field of those that are left. 17 to 2 chance. Horse number 7, who is a 6-race maiden, perhaps would ideally want a longer distance than this due to his lack of acceleration. Might not need all the gears here, to be honest, with the very few opponents lining up. Raid Al-Alevi sticking to a mile here. North Muriani is a strong booking as well for this kind of race. And I might make him my selection, you know, 17 to 2 for Meshkas. But we're dealing with very, very low-grade thoroughbreds here. And he is best rated of 43. North Midiani on board for Raid Al-Alevi. Running on the last couple. Al Fazare is heading in, as is Aberat into stall number 4. Grid and white jacket for that individual. Al Fazare will go into the empty stall 11 for our third race of the card here at Taif, in the first for the thoroughbreds. Just the top horse, Mohammed Al Yami and Al Fazare, to load up for race 3. Coming forward. Look to be all set. Funnel adjustments. Handler moves towards the top of the gate. And they stand ready. Set. Flag up. They're off and racing. was a clean start for the third race of the afternoon here, this local bred maiden, as we see the thoroughbreds for the first time today. 3-year-olds over 1,600 meters, and beginning well was Shilfal Yazid in the white and black jacket. Will split a few rivals as they complete the first 200 meters. Also up there early on is Wolfar in the dark green stilts with the red armlet, showing bright early dash with Abarat. And the blue and white colors of Malay Madre is just racing in behind the front quartet. So as they complete the first 400 meters, it is Wolfar, Mohammed Al Nasser, with the dark green jacket to the inside, has a lead of 1.5 lengths over Shilfa Yazid, white and black jacket, who is now just being overtaken by Abarat. On the move is Meshkas, top rated here. Red and black jacket takes third from the retreating Shilfa Yazid. Al Fazare to the wide outside is also making significant headway in advance of Malay Madre, the favourite, who currently races in that third wave, in company there with Shayit Berakou. Shayit Berakou in grey and orange diamond. White cap is also making stealthy progress as they're about to reach the top of the straight. And Meshkas, Noatha Mudiani, passing the 400-metre marker at a 3-length buffer over Al Fazare in second place. Back in third and improving is Shayit Berakou, might fight out the finish here as Wolfer has given way. Also tired is Abarat and Tharab Al Sajaya as they head towards the last 200 meters, and Meshkas is bounding away here. Meshkas by 15-20 lengths. Oh, this is going to absolutely destroy the field here. Meshkas off the market last and in emphatic fashion. Meshkas much the best, beating Al Fazare second. Shade, who was third, a long gap back to fourth, which would go the way of Follow Me, who we never saw. Tharab Al Sajaya, Walfa and Abarat. 1:47.77, 25 lengths the official winning distance for Meshkas. He's absolutely thumped them. Al Fazare beaten by a long way in second. Shayit Biraku will gain the bronze. Follow Me a further 20 lengths behind, ahead of Tharab Al Shajaya, Wolfar and Abarat. One of the more impressive winners you're going to see today, but it was a very low-grade event. Doesn't matter if you're Meshkas or his backers, connections will be delighted too. Noah Thamudiani, we thought, was a strong booking, and he's made a mockery not only of his rating, but of the opposition here. Meshkas absolutely crushes them. 25 lengths. You love to see it. 7-1-8-11-9 the order to race 3. Runners are at the post for the fourth race of the afternoon, and we're certainly stepping up the quality here with our second race for thoroughbreds, our fourth of the afternoon. And we have a non-winners of 3 event for 3-year-olds again, 1,600 meters again. And not a field that is hit by non-runners. So they're behind the stalls. Let's have a check of the international betting markets. Not surprised to see Mishkag as the 7-4 market leader start to make a winning debut here of 6 furlongs back in July, and seem to be crying out for way more distance. Gets that here over a mile. Strong claims in this lineup, and looking to make it 2 out of 2. No Camilo Ospina. Abdullah Al Farouz is the man on board. Sada Al Junaid is the trainer for Mishkag, who was bred in the US and sets a very strong standard. What about Jcsa? Number 2 is a 3-to-1 chance, excuse me. Alex Moreno on board. Got a few rides in the red stable colours tonight, Alex. And Jcsa is a highly tried colt who got off the mark at the 6th attempt when winning over 7 furlongs here a fortnight ago. A big player on official ratings, but does need to prove that he can stay this far. Salman Al-Hayani, the trainer for Jcsa. Al-Musama is a 7-2 player for Tariq Al-Mansour, who's had a couple of good chances go astray so far. Number 7 we're discussing. Placed in an open company last year and caught the eye on his comeback, actually, when 3rd of 17 behind Jcsa. Extra distance appears to be positive for Al-Musama. Tariq Al-Mansour 0 from 6, but plenty of placed efforts in the form guide. Midhal Mohammed Aldaham, 5-1 for the 14. 4th of 17 behind Jcsa on debut over 7 furlongs. Does have form to reverse with a couple of rivals, but do expect improvement on what is just his 2nd career starts, representing the powerful team of Abdullah Al-Sidrani and Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malik Al-Sabah. Al-Seat, number 8, 7-1 chance. Showed a fair level of ability in 2 starts at Riyadh last season. This is a step up in grade, but can't be discounted with a leading rider taking over. Del Al-Faredi, the man on board, will be fancying the jockey's title this year, you'd imagine. Going to be a short price to win it at Taif with just the 20 meetings. Although he's had a slow start to the season, Adele. Had a load of rides so far, just starting to appear a bit more on the race card. Mohammed Aldaham would be another one that would fancy his chances for that particular title. Absentees here, 9, 13 and 17 don't go. So we have 14 runners, our biggest size field of the day so far. And Mishkag is the horse to beat. 7-4 for Abdullah Al Farouz. Jcsa 130, joined by Al-Musama. 5-1 for Midhal. 13-2 Al-Seat. Bazour, the debutant, 14-1. Champion Island at 16-1, and then 33s and 40s for everything else. Loading is underway. Mishkag about to take up his position in stall number 11, right in the center of the racetrack. Champion Island gets stall 3, followed by the 3 Kuwait Center. It's a barrier number 13. Bezord is at the back, along with Ibn Kasi and State Glory. Jcsa, I think, is the other one behind the stalls. Can see the red jacket spotted by Alex Moreno, one of the previous winners in the field. 1, 2, 3, 4 have all won a race, hence their positions in the market. Kuwait Center would be the outlier in that group. 4 consecutive duck eggs, 1 from 8. Nawatha Mudiani seeking double. Jcsa comes into 4, so I think it's just Kuwait Center into an empty 13. Can see the red sleeve jacket behind the stalls, about to load up. Nice and swift load this time. Flag is already up and down. They're off and racing. 3-year-olds only over 1,600 meters. Slow to start up. Bazord, the debutant trails at the back of the field with Mutlak as they race towards the completion of the first furlong. And over towards the far side of this camera angle, State Glory got a good start, as did the Green Silks of Al Seat from a low draw. Also there in that leading group is the grey Al-Bahar Al-Amar, who's racing wide on the track, just being shadowed by the favourite Mishtag. Red and white sleeve jacket, green cap, in around 6th or 7th as Jcsa makes ground to perhaps become the new leader. Passing the 1,000 metre marker, Jcsa has been delivered to the front in the hands of Alex Moreno. Leads here by a length and a half to in second place. Perhaps Al Seat towards the inside. Black and orange jacket of Alamu Summer now takes second from the latter. And here is Mishtag now emerging on the scene 3 deep as they exit the back. Behind those is the white and blue colours of Ibn Kasi, who races in company now with Al Seat to the rail. State Glory is next with the big white-faced Champion Island saves the ground. Mishtag now coming under pressure pretty rapidly. Has been passed by Midhal, who now goes off in pursuit of the leaders. Worse than midfield, Al-Baha Al-Hamar has given way. Al-Ez likewise, and Hargan, red and white jacket, has never been at the races as Midhal looms up on the outside. Midhal goes on for Mohammed Aldaham, looks to settle this, appears to have done so, passing the 200-metre marker. Alamu Summer continues to run on. Jcsa beaten back in third, and then Champion Island, but lengthening his stride. Midhal, on just his second appearance, will win in great style. Midhal for Mohammed Aldaham beats Alamu Summer second. Jcsa was third. Mishtag ran on to be fourth in the end, ahead of Hargan Late Progress and Champion Island. Midhal, 7-length success over Al Musama and Jcsa, reversing the form with the third. Mishtag only fourth, maybe wants even further than that. Hargan fifth, Champion Island next. Good race, good winner by New Bay. Midhal, impressive win. 1:46.29 the winning time. And just nursed to the front in the end. Appeared on the scene, the crown of the bend. Powered to the line in front. Good performance. I think he's a horse that we need to keep an eye on. Midhal, fourth on debut, winning today. Bigger and better things certainly await this New Bay colt by Lunar Spirit. Midhal on top. 14-year winner. From 7, Alamu Sama, Jcsa third, Mishtag fourth, Hargan fifth. So by New Bay, at a Lunar Spirit. 0 from 1 before today. And has used that experience to good use to thump the opposition in the end. Again, another horse that might get further than this, or is a mile perfect for him. Only the future will tell us. The result here for race 4 is 14-7, 2 and 4. To Taif for the 5th race of the afternoon, a local bred maiden for 2-year-olds this time. 1,600 metres again the distance, and the race has been cut up once again with plenty of non-runners. You can take out 2, 3, 5, 7. 9 has also gone, as has the 12. 16, 17 and 18 also absent. So our favourite here is Al Ghaznawi at 7-4 for Mohamed Al Nasser. Horse number 4 mustered good early speed and rallied under pressure to finish 3rd of 17 on debut. And this longer distance of a mile should certainly suit his chances. Mohamed Al Nasser taking 1 kilo off the back of Al Ghaznawi, horse number 4 for Baden Al Subai. Second favourite is Wabal Al-Mokhtar for Asila Al-Sahani, one of the debutants here, horse number 15, who is an unraced Raquinto colt out of an unraced local bred mare, is visored and tongue-tied for the debut. Can't be discounted due to his connections. Red Stable, Prince Faisal bin Khalid and Saad Al-Qahtani, the trainer. First appearance here, stall 11, the destination for that 2-year-old. Laham Al Salam is another first-time starter. This is horse number 10, who is an unraced Song of Peace colt out of a British-bred mare by the name of Manor Born. The leading rider has been booked, Adel Al Faradi, and appeals on that count. And 4th in the betting, Fakir Al Jazeera, 10-1 for Eddie Castro. Looked a little one pace when 4th of 18 over 7 furlongs last week. A quick turnaround and now immediately up in trip. He is certainly one that does catch the eye. But we've seen some funny results here today so far at Taif. Local bred maiden for juveniles, our next event. And loading still a couple of minutes away, so we can flag up what we've got a little bit later on in the programme. Got a fillies maiden in 25 minutes time for juveniles over 7 furlongs. Our first race today, not over a mile. We stick over that distance for a non-winners of 3 events at 7:07 with the likes of Amik, Anku, Jalas also involved, Akid for the White Stable, and Raya for Mohammed Al-Daham and Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah. He might take some stopping in that non-winners of 3 event at 10:07. Followed by the JCSA Challenge to meeting 7 for 1,600 metres, the same trip for the Al-Qura University Cup. It's for fillies and mares at ASO 5. The Taif Flower Cup is our feature race. That's over 2,000 metres, so over a circuit. Lots of non-runners there, particularly towards the top of the race card. You can check those out on the JCSA website. You can view that in Arabic or English. And we conclude tonight's card with a fillies maiden over a mile. So a local bred maiden coming up next. The horses 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 12, 16, 17, 18 and 20 in the other 2 reserves, 21 and 22. All don't run. Just receiving reports that perhaps the 1 won't go here either. Just going to get that confirmed. That would be Abba Al-Lazaway, who has disappeared from the guide that I have in front of me. Yeah, I think the 1's going to be scratched here. And as a result, the top 3 in the race card don't go now. It's down at the start, Abba Al-Lazaway, but something clearly amiss with the starting team. We've had so many non-runners today. I'm not really too sure why. It's the same case tomorrow, because I've never seen so many non-runners in any jurisdiction, let alone here in Saudi Arabia. There's got to be some sort of reason for that. What that reason is, I'm not too sure. It does leave us with 9 2-year-olds for the 5th race. Loading will shortly begin. looking ahead to tomorrow as well. Good racing continues with the Jcsa Al Wasif Cup night. Big race tomorrow. He's run after the Shubra Cup, which is for older horses over 1,200 metres. Jcsa Al Wasif Cup, pretty sure is over 2,000 metres, again for the older individuals. A couple of decent open races tomorrow on the card as well, with the Jcsa Sprint Cup prep. Jcsa Sprint Cup comes relatively early on in the season, and Akla Thani will take some beating there, you'd imagine. Del already jocked up. Got an Arabian race for apprentices tomorrow. That'll be fascinating. Plenty of familiar names in that lineup. Back with me tomorrow. First race is at 4:30 local time, as they go in for race 5 of the day here. Confirming that number 1 is a late scratch here. Abba Alazwe will not run. Wabal Al-Mokhtar goes into stall number 11, which is essentially now stall number 5. See that too often. Taj Al-Hibar is waiting to go forward with Naha Al-Sayed. Will be the last in. Stall 5 will remain empty. No horse won here, a late scratching. Flags up, they're off and racing. It was a very messy start with Taj Al-Hibaya running out to the left as we look, and also slow from the gates was Naha Al-Sayed, but is quickly recovering. Very keen as well as Wabal Al-Mokhtar on the debut as they race through the first 200 metres, and a very eventful first furlong. So joining up with the round course, 1 or 2 still continuing to run around. Laham Al-Salam to the inside is just about in front here with Naha Al-Sayed in the yellow and green colours, but between them is Motfared Lehala in the black and grey jacket as they race halfway down the back straight. Wabal Al-Mokhtar with the red headgear races in company then with the improving Faka Al-Jazara out wide, and also on the move is Algaz Nawi, the market leader, now passing Motfared Lehala. The back 2 at the moment, Don't Worry, has got plenty of worries at the moment. Only's got 1 rival behind, and that is Taj Al-Hibar as they exit the back and head down the side, approaching the last 600 metres here. Abdullah Al-Khamis and Naha Al-Sayed with a narrow call. From Lahan Al-Salam, who is poised to mount a serious bid in second place. On the move is Al Ghaznawi, but is being driven along by Mohammed Al Nasser to close. This trio have broken clear from Faka Al Jazaira, who is 1 pace. Wabal Al-Mokhtar can't find any more. Don't Worry runs on. The other trio well beaten as they head down the lane with 300 metres to go. And on the right, Naha Al-Sayed is in front. 3-4 lengths the good over Al Ghaznawi, who's getting organised and getting rolling down the centre of the track. They leave behind Lahan Al-Salam. Up top, Naha Al-Sayed got first run, but Al Ghaznawi is finishing well on the outside. It's going to get tight as they hit the line close. Maybe just Naha Al-Sayed on the inside from Al Ghaznawi in second place. It is close. Back in third, Laham Al-Salam. 13-4, the judge has already called it. It's a next success for Naha Al-Sayed. Abdullah Al-Khamis beating Mohammed Al Nasser in a close finish. Got the bob at the right time, the 13. And after a tardy start, quickly recovered and went on to prevail by a narrow margin. Naha Al-Sayed beat Al Ghaznawi in second place. He really was closing on the run to the line. Back in third, Laham Al-Salam. Fourth was Taj Al-Hibar, and Don't Worry was fifth. Top 2 could be of some use in future weeks. Naha Al-Sayed and Al Ghaznawi will certainly be winning races. It might be over 2,000 metres, maybe 1,800. Al Ghaznawi, who made that move exiting the back straight, has eventually gone down a neck. Provided some competition to Naha Al-Sayed, who had it all easy up top, approaching the home turn. Laham Al-Salam faded back into third, a similar margin back to Taj Al-Hibar, and likewise to fifth, Don't Worry. So it's a neck between the first 2, then 10 lengths back to Laham Al-Salam in third, 10 more to Taj Al-Hibar, 10 more to Don't Worry in 5th place. And beating a further 16 lengths was Fakir Al Jazeera out of the money in 6th. 13, 4, 10, 19 and 6 to race 5.
هذا هو البطل ومجريات الشوط الخامس. ياهو شوط، ياهو فينش، ياهو انتصار. نهار الصعايب والاسم صعب ومع عبد الله الصعب. الغزنوي نهار الصعايب، نهار الصعايب اثبت الكلمه. وعبد الله الخميس قاد بالانتصار. الف مبروك بن عبد الله. شكرا لكم. الف مبروك للمالك حسن ابراهيم مالك اليوم مدربا. انتصار الظهر نهار الصعايب، اول مختار ثالث، الان انتصر من يساهم مختار اول هنا جاء ثالث فوق سوق الرباط الان المنطقه الفوق هذا السوق
نعبت بتيجي قالوا ليه اعتقد الزميل احمد عندنا ورقه مشاهدي الكرام ومتابعه مسابقات الطائف انتصار مميز وفي الشوط الخامس وجد فينش الناري والخطير اللي شفناه اليوم على نهار الصعايب والغزوي اللي قدم فينش مميز. نبارك لحسن ابراهيم على الفوز بانتصار من الشعار ويرفض بجوار نيابه عن حسن ابراهيم احمد عبد الحميد السيد الاكبر عن تسجيل البطل نهار الصعايب وضمن له بالنسبه نصيبه. يعني ما شاء الله على الصوت وما شاء الله على الانتصار المميز اللي قدمه. كيف حضرتوا في هذا الصوت؟ كان ناس الصوت تطلع صار والله الصوت قالوا عليه يعني مناسب. هذا اول خطوه خالص صوت مستقبل وجاء ريحنا اسبوعين فجأة. انا شفت الحماس اللي صار انا شفت وصل الجبال اليوم الغزوي كيف كان شعورك في الغزوي؟ والله شعور صعب يعني ما يوصل الممر لازم حاسه والساحه عندنا في المستقبل شعور مهم. فينا وتركبوا فيه وتشوفوا قدامك اليوم. الف مبروك مجددا ووين راح تكونوا النقاط من هذا الشهر؟ والله الحين حاليا صعب تحدد وجهه السبب مفارقه في المجال صعب تحدد فالحين يرتاح بس اتمنى السلامه للجميع ان شاء الله وبالله الفوز والنتيجه ودائما نترفع من الجديد شايفه تعرف النية أنا تعرف النية أنا تعرف النية
وكذلك المعاملات
Runners heading to post for the 6th race of the card here. This filly's maiden for juveniles over 1,400 metres. Another race that is certainly cut up here with as many as 5 non-runners, including horse number 2. 6 has gone, 9 and 10 likewise. Which would make 4 non-runners for our 6th race here as the Taif Flower Cup Festival continues. Runners making their way to the 7 furlong start, and the favourite for this particular race is the first-time starter Az Halha. Az Halha for Mohammed Al Hubail and Devil Seeking trainer and owner Abdullah Al Sedrani and Sheikh Abdullah Al Malik Al Sabah is running here for the first time this afternoon. An unraced 10 Sovereigns filly out of a limited Irish bred mare, purchased for 55,000 guineas, and has joined leading connections. Sheikh Abdullah Al Malik Al Sabah and Abdullah Al Sedrani winning a little bit earlier today with Midhal. Mohammed Al Daham rode at Midhal to success. It's Mohammed Al Hubail on board this filly for the first time. Second favourite is Kulna Al Kafji for Osama Al Sharani. This horse is priced at 4-1 in the international betting markets. An unraced Jurvin filly out of a US bred mare with 2 wins from 8 outings, purchased for just $17,000 and bred to stay much further. Third choice is Moamalat for Alex Moreno and Abdullah Abdul Rahman. Now sharing the price actually with Kulna Al Kafji, both priced at 4-1 best. Moamalat is an unraced Bandinini filly out of a 60 local bred mare, tongue-tied, fitted for the debut. Moamalat is drawn in 7, Kulna Al Kafji in 12, is next door in 13. That would be the one negative regarding Az Halha. Favourite here in the green sleeves and cap, white jacket with the gold braces. About to step forward into barrier 13. Kulna Al Kafji in the red jacket with the white epaulets is next into the stalls for Osama Al Sharani, who can claim 2 kilos clear here. Turkey will be the last. Number 13 for Abdullah Al Khamis, ran once before, finishing down in 8th place. Fillies maiden then, race number 6. They're all set. Ready Jcsa back, they're off and racing. One or two slowly away, including the favourite who fluffed the start. As Halha is now looking to pick up on the outside of runners, and dropped out is Tartami. Red and white jacket crouching lower is Mohammed Al Yami to simply catch up as they race over 1,400 metres for this juvenile fillies maiden. And beginning well down to the inside is Anud Al Dream. Shares the advantage with Moamalat, who was the subject of some late support in the betting. Blue Cap is just about going to edge to the front as they exit the back straight. The four horses chasing her are all in a share of green. So Turkey are involved along with Anud Al Dream, and also there is two Masner as they prepare to exit the back straight. As Halha, after fluffing the start, is making significant headway on the wide outside of runners as they head down the side of the course. Just racing in behind this group then is Sight Berger in the mauve jacket. 3 lengths behind that is Corner Al Kafji with Tartami last but one as they race towards the top of the straight, passing the 400-meter marker. And towards the inside, Sight Berger is a length behind this new leader, who continues to be Moamalat. Moamalat by 3 to 4 growing lengths as they reach the final 300 meters. Alexis Moreno now pouring on the pressure here aboard Moamalat, clear of Sight Berger, looking to pick up Turkey. Also involved there is two Masner, and down the outside as Halha certainly lost her chance at the start, but up to the line we go. Moamalat driven out will win this in great style and might have a bit of touch of quality about her as well. Colin Al Kafji in second place, as Halha back in third. Turkey was fourth, clear of Sight Berger. 1:33.94 the winning time for horse number 8, Moamalat, who makes a winning debut for Alexis Moreno and Abdullah Abdul Rahman. Won by 10 lengths back to Colin Al Kafji in second place. As Halha was best of the rest in third, lost her chance at the start as mentioned. Turkey ran fourth. 8, 7, 4 and third place horse was number 5, Sight Berger. Moamalat in a different league in the end. Better things certainly await her. Colin Al Kafji second, as Halha third, Turkey fourth, Sight Berger in fifth, 2 Masnar in sixth place. 8, 7, 4, 13 and 5 the official order here to race number 6. Moamalat in the hands of Alex Moreno wins on debut, and better things certainly await her. Despite wandering around down the straight, she certainly got lonely because she was in a different league. 8, 7, 4, 13 and 5.
شكرا زميلي احمد. وها هي البطله معاملات، وقدمت اول معامله بانتصارها وبحضورها، ولها من اسمها نصيب، ولها من حضورها نصيب، وتميزها مع الاستثمار. معاملات ويوسف فراس.
إذا مشاهدينا الكرام ما شاء الله تبارك الله، معاملات فترة اليوم شوف مصدر السعادة، تدريبات عبد الله عبد الرحمن وقيادة المسؤولين. ما شاء الله تبارك الله على الإنتاج السعودي وعلى ظهور معاملات، أول ظهور لها في الميدان السعودي 10 أدوار وثلاثة أرباع الطول عن الجائحة المركز الثاني في هذا اليوم. أداء أكثر من رائع أسلوب معاملات اليوم قدم مستوى فاخر مع يعني انا شايف امس واحد مستورد واصل ريت 20 صار مستورد ياخذ عندنا هذا يوصل وريت 20 مستورد لا تخافون تقول مستورد
at the post for race number 7. There's non-winners of 3 events for 3-year-olds over 1,400 meters. Features local breds and imported horses, as they're about to line up for the 7th time here. Amik is the current favourite at 11 to 8. Talented UK import who finished 3rd of 16 on local here a fortnight ago. Stepping up in distance is an unknown, but he certainly has the talent to win this. Clear favourite at the top of the market from Nazar. Fahad Al Faredi, 11 to 4. Impressive conditions, race winner over 1,600 metres last season, produced in 3 subsequent Riyadh starts. Drawn well and should go close under perhaps aggressive tactics from barrier 5. Running here for Ahmed Abdul Wahid. So top 2 in the betting are the reverse top 2 in the race card. 111 is a recent winner at 3 to 1. Emphatic when scoring over 1,200 metres here in a maiden, actually at Riyadh in January. Certainly open to improvement as a result, and should stay this extra trip, 1,400 metres. What about the 17 though? Because Mohammed Al-Daham has opted to ride Raye. Raye number 17, Mohammed Al-Daham on top, 13 to 2. Race Sioux Nation filly out of an unraced British bred mare, purchased for 27,000 guineas and debuts for Leading Connections. Carries the white cap for Mohammed Al-Daham. You can see in shot there towards the bottom right of view. Meaning Amik. Carry the first silks. Just being kept behind the tape at the moment, Amik. Too many non-runners in this race. 7 and 9 have gone, as has 15. 18, 19 and 26 are out. Given the way the day's gone so far, that's not too many. One more single price horse in the market to update you with. That's number 3, Ankud Wad. Strong traveller who doesn't find much under pressure and returns from a 7-month layoff. Again, stamina question marks for Ankud. Loading has begun. Jalas and 111, the first 2 to go in. Amik is the clear favourite here. Mohammed Al Hubayl is on board. You'd imagine that Mohammed Al-Daham would have had first pick. He's gone with Raye. Is that something to read into? It's guesswork with the debutant, but 13 to 2. She's the only filly in the race, funnily enough. Only filly in here. 22 gets a run. Al Garam, the Zenith stable. Faisal Alajmi is the trainer. Montauk Menace heading in. White stable horse at the back is Akid. Fawaz Al Shamari gets the call up. No Camilo Ospina. Of course, for the next few months, we wish him well. Be watching on as well, Camilo, if you are. Send our best regards here from everyone at the Jcsa. Akid leaves. Al-Majaz is one of them, and Amik is the other. Last 2 heading in. Al-Majaz and Amik into stalls 3 and 9. Al-Majaz for Alex Moreno, seeking a quick-fire double. Right here for Gaith Al-Gaith. Al-Majaz, 3-year-old chestnut. Amik, the other one to go in to 9. Last one coming in. That's it. All set. They're off and racing. So a level start then as we get underway for this non-winners of 3 event. Raye just lacking a bit of early toe. The debutant at the foot of the race card is somewhat detached at the back of the field, along with Triple One in the black jacket with the turquoise sleeves. Getting a good start, Al Garib at the foot of the race car, blue headgear, red sleeves and cap, goes on by 3 parts of a length to Amit, the short price favourite, who is in second place. Just in behind those is Almina, grey and white silks, as this trio exit the back and are separated by a head. Racing just ahead then of Nazar in the turquoise jacket, racing 3 parts of a length ahead of Jadas and Ankuwad in the red silks. Just in behind those then is Bart to Wake, who heads the second half of the field, with Triple One making progress in advance of Akid, who has driven along. Making stealthy progress is Montag Menace, but is still 2/3 of the way back at the moment with Raye and Sarak. Al-Majaz is struggling at the rear of the field as they head towards the home turn. 300 metres to go. Nazar now being delivered in the hands of Fahad Al-Faredi. Overtakes Amit for the advantage. They are 5 lengths ahead of Triple One, who continues to stay on. Ankuwad will finish with a bit of place money too, but Nazar is stretching away and pulling clear. It's Nazar yet again. 3 wins now from 6 starts. Nazar. Triple One home in second, eventful race for the second. They were clear of Amik and Ankuwad third and fourth. And late progress from Montag Menace. Well, this horse just loves winning. Nazar 3 from 6 now. Fahad Al-Faredi guiding Nazar to another win. 5 lengths back to Triple One, who was slowly away. Ran on to take second. Amik was third, Ankuwad fourth. 5th place will just be Montag Menace ahead of Sarak and Raye. Lots to unpick from this. I think the top 2, maybe top 3 are pretty decent. Nazar especially loves winning and knows exactly where the winning is. Finessed and guided to the lead. The horse did the rest. Nazar, ready at 85. That'll be in the 90s after this, surely. Triple One will get a rating after this, with figures of 6-1 and 2. Sorry, I think he's also got to be looking at something in the 80s because he is full of talent. Amik showed ability on just his 2nd start in Saudi. Ankuwad was 4th, and Montag Menace in 5th place. 1, 6, 2, 3, and 5. Low numbers certainly dominated.
شكرا زميلي احمد. وفي سابع الاشواط حضر السماوي وانتصر السماوي. والله على السماوي وعلى نزاح وعلى فهد الفريدي. هذا الفوز من انتصار نزاح من 6 مشاركات 3 انتصارات، وهذا الانتصار الثالث. فهد الف مليون مبروك، هذا فوز الانتصار. أبارك للشيخ عبد العزيز بن موسى والأبناء الكرام، وبارك له الجمع الأخوان، وبارك له قرأت الصوت معي كل يوم كنت هذا البطل. الصوت من سرير.
ما شاء الله تبارك الله. هذا اليوم الأداء الكبير اللي قدمه مع الأسماء الموجودة صراحة مثيرة انتظار وبطل، وعكس على نتائج السابقة في الرياض. نبارك لعبد الله الموسى فاز واحد، نبارك له أداء كبير.
الميدان اللي راح يقدم فيها الشوط الثامن والشوط العاشر. وايضا بطوله البلوز، محبين البلوز وينكم؟ حياكم الله في ميدان الملك خالد. بطوله كويت للبلوز مقدمه في فتره موسم سباق قاره الطايف من 12 اوغست و 13 اوغست حتى نصف سبتمبر تستمر البطوله. تبي الناس اللعيبه، تبي الناس اللي تفك ال 400. مشاهدينا اترك البعيد اعود مع الزميل فيصل ونعطيكم اشاره بتفاصيل مختلفه عن بطوله كويت للبلوز اللي راح تكون في ميدان الملك.
شكرا احمد. الى النزاح عبد الاله الموسى تدريبات احمد عبد الواحد قياده طارق البيتي لقب الشوط الجديد 33 الطقس الثاني رقم 6 الثالث رقم 2 العميد، والمركز الرابع رقم 3 عبود، والمركز الخامس رقم 5 ممتاز يونس. في الميزان اغلب الاسماء لكن
تصور بنفس ولا تمثيل بنفس هو
انا اقول نزاع راح تكون ابعد يعطي هذا 1004 وعلى
سيء لا سيء عقد مدرب خير بعدين تعال حاسب صح؟ تلقى مدربين
اعتقد لدينا نقطه مهمه قد يظهر خلال نسبه الاستخدام هذا الاستشراق وتستفيد من الحادثه المثيره والمثيره بالتاكيد كما ذكرنا صار كأن ملامح هذا الشوط واضحه بالنسبه للمواجهات لكن اليوم ايضا سقطت الامام لدى
Welcome back to Taif for the final 4 races here of meeting 7. The Taif Flower Cup Festival continues here. And we've got a cracking race on the way here. Really looking forward to this. It's the Jcsa Challenge of meeting 7. And a field packed with quality, in fairness. Jcsa Challenge over 1,600 meters, and the White Stable have a strong hand on this. Layla Doro, 7-4 favourites, a horse we've known for a long time here in Saudi Arabia, and certainly knows where the winning line is. A 9-time winner from 27 outings, so a 1 in 3 strike rate, clearly capable of scoring at this level. A 5-time winner here, I think should prove somewhat tough to beat. So the caps in the background there, Kafla Fawaz Al Shamar cap. Red cap then for Rayan Altair aboard Layla Doro. And white for Yabad Hay for Abdullah Al Farouz. Yabad Hay is the 3rd choice in the market at 7-2. We'll come to the 2nd favourite shortly. Yabad Hay is an unexposed performer who hasn't run for 10 months. Steps up from maiden company here as an interesting participant. Just twice raced, 1 win. It is the mount, and perhaps the selection of Abdullah Al Farouz. It's tough to know when Camilo's not around who gets first pick. You'd imagine it would be him. He rated 60, Yabad Hay. It's got a lot to find. 2 stone, in fact, with the likes of Layla Doro and Kaflahob. Surely Layla Doro would have been the pick. Sort of puts me towards the opinion of he didn't pick. Right away in the distance then. 2nd favourite, that's who we were going to discuss. Al Jamani, Adel Al Faradi's rides often punted. And Al Jamani thought Layla Doro was a prolific winner. Well, Al Jamani has won 11 times and recorded a course and distance victory in July last year. Drawn well, goes well fresh, lots to like. While stable companion Alash Kari, the top horse, is rated 55, 40 pounds inferior to Al Jamani. Could be a pacemaker, although still 17. He's asking a lot of Alash Kari to stay there for it to really give the effect to Al Jamani. Leila Dora 7-4, Al Jamani 11-4, 7-2 for Yabad Hay. Kaflahon 9-1 is of interest. This is horse number 9, who is an unexposed type, who finished 2nd of 17 in a cup race on his return last month. Did lack a change of gear, but does possess a fair amount of talent. Enough talent to win a race of this nature. Rated 92. Leila Dora is rated 96. Al Jamani 94. So all the right horses towards the summit of the betting. There's over half the field are in now. This JCSA challenge. Still a handful more to go forward. Yabad Hay being one of those. Aljam, the white cap for Adel Al-Faredi, about to step in. Marsim Al-Naif and Kaflahom wait with Sahafi. Al-Jamani has got into 4. Backed out. Jamani has now moved away. So still waiting on the final 4. Marsim El Naif, the grey, easy to spot. Sama, Al Sharani, Naif Al Atawi, Marsim El Naif on career appearance number 25. Sahafi, Marsim El Naif, and Kaflahom. The trio we're waiting on. Al Jamani has now gone back into 4. Sahafi goes into 6. Kaflahom due into 1, which is still empty. And Marsim Al Naif into 15 is coming forward. They're all in. I think we're ready. Flags up, they're off and racing. Alashkari was awkward from the gates, gave a bump to Altawidi, extreme left for tonight's JCSA challenge. 4-year-olds and above over 1,600 metres. Alashkari is being sent through to lead. Looking to see their bullmate Al Jamani is 4 from the right as we look as they prepare to race towards the final 7 furlongs. So towards the right, Kaflahon from stall 1 just about edging to the front with Hatha Al-Kalam the grey in 2nd place. Al Jamani with a white cap. Adel Al-Faredi looking to his right, can see Alashkari to the extreme left. Between them is Stawab. 5 across the track then as they exit the back straight. Sahafi just racing in behind those with Leila Doro's red cap. A length and a half behind those is Al Mitaib Sweep, who perhaps completes the leading 8 or 9. 2 lengths away then is Sanhan, who races 2 up on Mostahish. Mostahish in company there with Awaitha. Ektasasi and Estatar are racing in behind those as they race down the side of the course. Alashkari is completely folded as the red stable dominate here, approaching the 400 metres. And it's Mohammed Al-Daham in hand here aboard Hatha Al-Kalam. Chasing hard is Stawab. Here on the move is Sahafi. Between those is Al Jamani, who is gaining ground. Kaflahom can't find any more. Neither two can Al Mitaib Sweet and Leila Doro. Sanhan behind those as they approach the final half furlong. It is Hatha Al-Kalam to the far side. Here is Al Jamani on the near side with 2 lengths to close as they head up to the line. It's Mohammed Al-Dahab and Hatha Al-Kalam gaining gold in tonight's JCSA challenge. Al Jamani takes the silver. Back in 3rd was Sahafi in front of Onumate Sanhan. 146.71. Hathar Al-Khalam, Mohammed Al-Daham at the red stable for Sami Al-Harabi. Great performance to beat Al-Jamani in second place. 2 lengths between them. Sahafi and Sanhan of the same ownership would take third and fourth ahead of Layla Doro, Estatar, and right over to the far side, Kaflahom. 8-2-14-19, the finishing order here. Hathar Al-Khalam, good effort here. Third career win. A horse heading in the right direction. Heading into the 80s, perhaps. Has found a stone on Al-Jamani. The winner has certainly turned up here. Al-Jamani's not done too much wrong in defeat. I think Adel Al-Faredi's spent the first quarter of the race looking for Al-Ashkari. Tactics didn't appear to unfold in their favour. Sahafi has run well in third, as has Sanhan. That's a massive run from Sanhan. Goodness me. Still a maiden, but rated only 53. Layla Doro caught a little bit one-paced in the end. Estathar just out of the money. 8-2, 14, 19 and 10. On the home turn, it looked as though the red stable were going to dominate. And that's how it's appeared in the end. They've got the winner, at least, Hathar Al-Khalam, with Fahab folding inside the final 400 metres. Mohammed Al-Daham. What a jockey he is, and he could have the Jockeys Championship on his mind this season. 8-2, 14 and 19. Thumbs up from Mohammed. Next race, the Al-Qura University Cup.
وفي صوت تحدينا هذه سباقات الخيل هذا الكلام وعليه الكلام بشعار قلعة الفروس المبروك هذا الفوز والانتصار محمد. كانت مجريات الشوط وشفنا ما شاء الله تبارك الله الجماني معك على الامتار الاخيره.
جاء ثالث صراحه جواد جدا خطير عطفت عليه سعود، وجاء رابعا ايضا سلمان. شوط صراحه جميل. انا توقعت تكون هناك اثاره وقوه وصلابه
اهلا وسهلا فيصل واهلا بكم مشاهدينا الكرام متابعين موسم سباقات الطائف، وقدر مميز وفي اهم الاشواط شوط تحدي نادي مسابقات الخيل وعليه الكلام. قدم انتصار مميز مبارك لصاحب السمو الملك الامير فيصل بن خالد وهو تقديم هذا الشعار، والاستاذ سعد المشرف هذا الفوز والانتصار، ويقف بجواره المدرب سامي الحرابي الحديث بشكل اكثر هو الانتصار عليه الكلام. النقل اخوي سامي محمد هذا الفوز ما شاء الله تبارك الله عليه الكلام، يعني كان شوط يعني تنافس ووهج سرعه الى اخر لحظه. الحمد لله هذا تصديق الله سبحانه وتعالى، ربنا قسم هذه نعمه من الله سبحانه وتعالى. وبارك لسمو سيدي الامير فيصل بن خالد، وبارك لسمو سعد بن مشرف، وبارك للمنتج العظيم اخوي بن سعد، والله يبارك للجميع ان شاء الله، ويبارك لسمو سيدي الامير فيصل صاحب الفضل الاول بعد الله سبحانه وتعالى. كيف حضرت هذا الكلام في هذا الشوط، وكيف كانت مجريات الشوط مع مشاهد محمد محمد على وجهك؟
والله يا طويل العمر الخان هذا عارفين عليه امال كبيره يعني عمر السنتين، يعني كان من الخيل المرشح على كاس المؤسس، كسب الكاس التقديريه وكان مستوياته جدا ممتازه. اختلف شوي مستواه، لكن الحمد لله اليوم ما شاء الله تبارك الله عدله، وكنا محضرين الدكتور مع نوعيه الخيل ما شاء الله تبارك الله من جميع الاسطبلات من افضل النوعيات، لكن توفيق الله فوق كل شيء، وهو حصان ان شاء الله قدوه والادى اللي عليه ومطلوب منه ان شاء الله مثل هذه واكثر باذن الله.
كان في الشوط تنافس كبير وشفنا جمال لاحق من الامتار الاخيره، وقبل كيف كان شعوره؟
والله يا طويل العمر خيل صاحب سمو الملك الامير سعيد بن سلمان الخان العثماني هذا من الخيل الزينه، وايضا خيل ابناء الملك عبد الله، يعني هذه بصراحه انا اقول هذا نسخه من نسخه كاس الوفاء، يعني يحمل افضل زياده الخيل المسنه، وحصان الله يبارك فيه حصان 4 سنوات، واليوم ما شاء الله تبارك الله يعني عاد لمستواه اللي احنا متوقعينه منه وشايفينه فيه السنتين. ويا رب ما اقدر اقول الا الحمد لله، ولا انسى اشكر الخيال علي اليامي، هو اللي شغله يوميا وكان يثني عليه ومطلوب منه، وحتى اخر ما شاركت له ايام ان شاء الله بكره محمد يبارك له في البلاد، وهو خيال ممتاز ان شاء الله وخيال واحد باذن الله.
اليوم هذا الكلام شفنا بعد شوط تحدي نادي مسابقات الخيل.
والله يا طويل العمر بنشوف الرياض الصعب، بنشوف الاسواق، بنشوف الخان بعد الشغل، يعني هذا صعب اني اعطيك قرار الان. خاف الخيل هذه دم ولحم، ان شاء الله احنا نوديها مثل هالشوط واقوى باذن الله. الله يسعدك.
كان هذا مشاهدينا الكرام حديث المدرب سامي الحرابي حول مسار هذا الكلام، والله عليه الكلام، والله عليه الشوط، والله عليه الانتصار، ومن هذا الكلام الى هذه الجوائز الى الخطوبات اللي مقدمه من محيط الميدان مشاهدينا ومتابعينا وزوارنا في ميدان الملك خالد، حياكم الله دائما وابدا. ميدان الملك خالد يرحب فيكم بفعالياته وجوائزه، ويا تنظرون اعطينا الشاشه واعطينا الارقام، وفاز هذا الكلام يا ترى من يكون في الايباد مقدم في الميدان، يا ترى هذا البلدان يطلع وينزل صاحب التذكره والفائز اللي بيكون معنا اليوم صاحب التذكره والفائز S125 Fonya lihat aja dulu.
هذا الكلام نقل التحدي نسبة التحدي
जैसे वो घंटाल फूल पे आया बोला 740 पे आओ आया 740
Thank you.
Stalls coming across then for the Al Qura University Cup. Crowds are beginning to gather here. 1600-meter event for 4-year-olds and above. Quick check on the international markets to see that Noah Far for Rayan Al Taif, the 7th favourite, Saad Al Junaid. This horse has recorded 5 wins from 9 outings and open to further improvement. Didn't stay 1800 metres last time out and will relish the drop in trip. 5 from 9 the career. Al Kansar, number 3, was a winner last time out. A dual course and distance winner, coming in off the back of a clear career best display here 3 weeks ago and has to be therefore on the shortlist. What about Garami, who's certainly of interest? She's a high-class filly who made a winning return in a 1400-meter open in July. Perhaps better suited by that trip, but does possess leading claims back up to a mile. Bonita B, we know plenty about her. Horse number 4, 7 wins from 102 starts now and better suited by sprinting these days. She normally does her best work at the finish. Will she find a mile too much? Dance Desire, she's got brilliant figures. Classy mare who finished second to Al Kansar on her return to the track in July. Capable of reversing the form today, but not drawn well in 17. Could be the big worry. Double Talk 9-1, Just for Soul 10s and 12s, and bigger the remainder. Horses are going in for one of tonight's feature races, the Al Qura University Cup for fillies and mares. Just for Soul is out the back with Double Talk, Evening Story and Thruby. Night of Desire is the other one out of line. In comes Evening Story, Ahmed Al-Azari. Night of Desire, Just for Soul, and Thruby. Last couple coming in. Just for Soul into 3. I think we're nearly there. I think we're done. Ready. Gates are back, they're off and racing for the Al Qura University Cup for fillies and mares over 1600 metres. And as they race through the first furlong, Bonita B, way to the left-hand side, is perhaps the overall leader, with Dance Desire to the extreme left. Also starting wide was Garami from 16. Green Cap and Noah Far, the market leader, not too far behind, as eventually they gravitate towards the inside rail, where Just for Soul is waiting for them in the black jacket. Red Silks of Torgia is also handy enough as they complete the first quarter mile. So different tactics today. Bonita B has gone off running like a sprinter. Here she is on start number 103. Prepares to exit the back straight with a narrow call, but she's about to be swallowed up. Just for Soul is now improving past her, and Garami with the white cap is also handy enough on the outside. They are followed by Al Kansar to the inside with Noah Far next. Amongst horses is Night of Desire. Dance Desire also improving her position on the wide outside with Double Talk. And then back down the inside is Zainab. The front 10 or so are covered by around 5 lengths as they prepare to hit the top of the home straight. It's Just for Soul. Alex Moreno on the inside. Garami, though, looms upside. Al Kansar boxed away on the inner. Noah Far delivering her bid, and Dance Desire is 5 deep. 5 in line as they approach the final furlong, and plenty of chances. Even Double Talk is running on as they approach the final 50 metres. It is just about Dance Desire edging to the front. Double Talk is rattling home on the near side. Double Talk, maybe just on the near side, very close with Dance Desire. Back in third was Noah Far, and then Al Kansar. Double Talk, I think, has got up in the shadows of the post to win the Al Qura University Cup. for 2026. She has won by a head. Dance Desire in second place. Third will come through very short. 7 from 5. Noah Farr, I think, back in third. On the bob, Double Talk finishing best. Dance Desire in second. Noah Farr third. Alcansar and Just for Soul 4 and 5 ahead of Thrubi, who ran on. Garami faded. And Pretty Flag in the black cap was next. Great finish, cracking finish. Double Talk and Fahad Al-Faridi, another winner for Fahad this evening. It's been delivered oh so late to win the Al-Qura University Cup. Dance Desire, Mohammed Al-Hubail could barely believe their luck. The winners come from 11. The second has come from 17. Noah Farr 13. Alcansar from 10. Just for Soul from 3. So the top 4 from wide starting gates. And has been delivered pretty much on the line here. So it's Double Talk who beat Dance Desire. Noah Farr was third. Alcansar was fourth, ahead of Just for Soul, Thrubi, Garami, Pretty Flag, and a gap back to Zainab. 7-5, 14 and 3. Double for Fahad Al-Faridi takes the Al-Qura University Cup.
النوتة تيجي دفعني دي كتا شكرا جزيلا لميسر وفي حضور مميز بكأس جامعة أم القرى هذا الخيال البطل يرفع الكأس عاليا مع والد الله يحفظه في حاضر في كل الصفار يهنئ ويدعم أبنائه يقف بجوار الأستاذ موسى هو أولا يبارك في بارك اخواني السياح والفوز بالمصالح والمصالح
Welcome back to Taif for tonight's feature, the Taif Flower Cup, run over 2,000 metres for 3-year-olds. And a reduced field of 8 going to post here for tonight's feature race worth a whopping 150,000 Saudi Riyal. The favourite here is Mustasan, Abdullah Al Farouz. Mustasan, improving gelding, who seeks the hat-trick. After consecutive victories at Riyadh last season. Certainly the horse to beat if he is fit on his return to action. Jcsa will certainly give him plenty to think about. 11-2. Mustasan, by the way, is a short price favourite, 4-7. 11-2 for Jcsa, who produced a career best display when runner-up in a 1600 metre conditions race last week. He turned out again here. We're seeing this happen more and more often. Horse is running a week ago. No barrier to running again. Fayez Al Mohammadi, horse number 6. He's best of the rest really at 10-1. We're all queuing up around 10, 11-1. Had to win in 7 attempts and probably won't stay. Whereas the 7, Latayun Maziyad, a 9-race maiden, caught the eye when 5th behind Derby over a mile recently, and not without place claims, but again a lot to ask. Yarapom might be one quickly to mention. Experience certainly on her side. Shock when successful in a 1600 metre open last month. Can she replicate that? Can he replicate that? Right, sorry. Yarapom's not a filly. Bottom 2 are Jcsa Gala May, both fillies. Yarapom is not. Can he repeat that display? Time will tell. Loading about to begin. And Mustasan is a very, very short price favourite here. 4-7 being offered for Mustasan. There is Bakri. Bakri is the biggest price of all at 25-1. White Stable with a strong grip on this race. From the market anyway. Last two coming in. Majal and Mustasan. Majal green cap, Mustasan red cap. Abdullah Al Farouz on board. Short price favourites for the Taif Flower Cup feature race on meeting 7. They're all in and dispatched. They're off and racing. Yarapom was the slowest one to begin for the Taif Flower Cup, one of the early season highlights here in Taif. 2,000 metres for 3-year-olds, and they have over a circuit to go here. With Majal, the maiden, Rayan Alta Esh, quickly going through to an uncontested lead as they pass the lollipop for the first time. The short price favourite, Mustasan, is racing on the inside of Latayun Maziyad, a couple of lengths back to the next pair, Jcsa and Yarapom, 4 and 5. 5 lengths away then is Gala May, who's racing towards the rear of the field at the moment with Fayez Al Mohammadi and Bakri, biggest priced of all, trailing at the rear of the field. Passing the 7 furlong starts, and it is Majal who dictates here for Rayan Alta Esh, 0 from 4 before today. Leads here by 2 to 3 lengths from Mustasan, looking to complete a 3-timer and returning from a layoff. Racing down to the inside of the improving Latayun Maziyad, who just about splits the top at 2 here. The top 2 white stable horses. Mustasan just regaining second on the inside. Yarapom with the pink cap is now advancing on the outside of Jcsa, the blue sleeves and spotted jacket, and the front 5 go on then. 4 lengths ahead of Faiz Al Mohammadi and Gala May. Bakri is last of all as they completed the first 1,200 meters in 1:25.63, 800 from the line, and it's Majal who is hitting the accelerator here, but it is playing into the hands of Mushtasan, who travels very well, and Abdullah Al Farouz is glancing in behind. He's got plenty left at the moment, clear in second. Yarapom on the outside is trying to make a race of it with La'ayun Maziyad. Aishalat to the inside. Late progress from Faiz Al Mohammadi and Gala May as Majal heads for home. Mushtasan is closing. Only got a couple of lengths to find with the red cap. Yarapom continues to run on, and they've broken clear as Mushtasan is now breezing past Majal, and this is all over. Mushtasan, first run for a little while, will complete the hat-trick in the Taif Flower Cup. Mushtasan home in front. It's a 1-2 for the white stable, with Majal taking the silver, clear of both Faiz Al Mohammadi and Yarapom. Mushtasan looked a good thing before the race, and so it has proved. 2:21.86, a 4-length success over Majal, who did all the donkey work up top. Third place will be Yarapom, in fact, ahead of Faiz Al Mohammadi, and La'ayun Maziyad in 5th place. 2:21.86, Mushtasan takes the Taif Flower Cup in splendid fashion. Looked a good thing before the race, and looked a good thing halfway through it, to be honest. Travelled very comfortably, got a perfect posse on the inside, and as soon as Abdullah said go, the response wasn't completely immediate, but still had plenty of time to gather full stride and eventually hit the front and powered away. 10-8-14, 6 and 7 to the Taif Flower Cup. A 1-2 for the white stable.
شكرا زميلي علي. حضورنا الكرام مشاهدينا ومتابعينا، هذا البطل مستحسن، الله على حضورك، الله على انتصارك. اي الجياد انت واي الابطال انت في كاس الورد الطائفي، واي الانتصار انت. ها هو الفيروز يلوح بيديه الى جمهوره ومحبينا. حضورنا الكرام، زوارنا اللي على المدرج، حيوا معنا البطل مستحسن وعبد الله الفيروز. يستاهل التحيه، يستاهل الفوز، يستاهل الانتصار. هذا مبروك عبد الله. شكرا. الله يبارك فيك، مبروك يا بني. صلى الله عليك حامد. طبعا شويه من درب حصان. الحمد لله. المسافه ما يسهل. كيف اليوم؟
مشاهدينا الكرام، نبارك للابيض وعشاق الابيض، نبارك للصف الثاني الملك عبد الله بن عبد العزيز، ونبارك لمهندس هذه الانتصارات ومن يقف خلفه صاحب السمو الملك الامير بن عبد الله بن عبد العزيز الملك طارق الشويخ والمشرف الاداري، ونبارك كذلك للمدرب عبد الرحمن الخيل والخيار عبد الله الخيل. صراحه سيطره بيضاء لا يعني مجال في مقدمه الشوط. بعد الارقاميه بدا يتقدم مستحسن ما اعطى مجال لكل المنافسين اللي كانوا يرقبون.
الف مبروك يا الملك عبد الله بن عبد العزيز، المدرب عبد الرحمن الخيل، وخيرك الله الفوز. هذا الاداء المميز وهذا البرفورمانس كمان، كذلك الدور المركز الثاني مجال في رفع الجنيدي وقياده
ثم بعد ال400 بدأ مستحسن بالدفاع.
ما شاء الله تبارك الله، ذهب الكاس لمن يستحق، للنجم، للروعة، للمستقبل الباهر. هذا الحصان أقول للاسطبل الأبيض ما شاء الله تبارك الله، عندكم حصان ثقيل ما شاء الله تبارك الله، ولنا الكلام بعدها.
بالتأكيد مشاهدينا الكرام، في هذه اللحظات بالتأكيد سيتم تسليم كأس الورد الطائفي. وكما نعلم ويعلم الجميع أن الطائف هي مدينة الورد، وهي من تشتهر بالورد الطائفي، ونرحب بجميع عشاق الورد الطائفي ومن يقومون ب يعني إنتاج الورد الطائفي. شكرا لهم جميعا، وبجانب الأستاذ خالد العشيري مساعد الرئيس التنفيذي اللي بالتأكيد مراسم التشريفات، والذي يسلم كأس مهرجان الورد الطائفي لاسطبل ابناء الملك عبد الله بن عبد العزيز. يتسلمها نيابة عنهم الاستاذ طلال بن شريل المشرف الإداري في هذا الاسطبل الكبير والاسطبل العريق الاسطبل الأبيض. عبد الله الفيروز يعطيك الصحة والعافية، والجميع صراحة يتمنى الشفاء العاجل أيضا للخيال كامل سبينا الذي تعرض لكسر في قدميه أو في قدمه. شكرا لراشد القرني وعلي الحيوة يقدموا الورد الطائفي، وشركة الكمال الذين قدموا الورد الطائفي في كأس الورد الطائفي. ألف مبروك لاسطبل ابناء الملك عبد الله بن عبد العزيز. هنا انطلاقة الشوط، وكيف استطاع بالتأكيد مستحسن ومجال أن يقدموا هذا الشوط ويحكموا قبضة بجزء حول المجريات.
ما شاء الله، هذا الدفاع مثلا المشرف الاداري المدربين، شعار ابناء عبد الله بن عبد العزيز ما شاء الله، شفنا جواد مجال ينطلق من دون مناسبه تقريبا بعد هذا الشوط خلال تقريبا 3 ادوار او 4 ادوار. شفنا فوق الاسطبل اللي ما شاء الله يتقدم الينا 400 متر ما شاء الله. والف مبروك لهم.
اذهب الى الزميل احمد طويل.
اهلا جميل فيصل، مسي عليكم وعلى المشاهدين الكرام متابعي موسم سباقات طائف، وفي حضور مميز وفي ليله بيضاء بانتصار كبير للاسطبل الابيض المبارك صاحب السمو الملك الامير لطفي بن عبد الله ولابناء الملك عبد الله هذا الفوز والانتصار، وحضور مميز لمستحسن اللي قدم اليوم فوز كبير وانتصر في كاس الورد الطائفي وحلق بالورد الطائفي عاليا. يقف بجوار المشرف
واتبع الاسلوب بقياده مدرسه بن عبد الله.
بالضبط. ما شاء الله تبارك الله. مبروك المهندس وعراض الصف الابيض صاحب السمو الملكي على جائزه وايضا لابنائه والمشرف الاداري على الصف الابيض الاستاذ مراد الصغير ولجميع طواقم الصف الابيض وايضا المدرب كمال خير وخيار عبد الله الخيرون. ما شاء الله مستحسن أن من طينة الجبار الأبيض دائما. خلاص هذا قلنا نفطر هذا قلنا نفطر فترة القائمة هذه الفترة القادمة فترة القدر هذه كل واحد طويل
هو ايضا الاستراتيجيه في استقلال كما يتنادى النظام الخير تنظيمات الامير بن عبد الله. القائمه ليست الهدف الرئيسي اليوم اهتمامكم بنجومهم وتقديم المشاركات وإنجاز البطولات وجدت القائمه هذا الكلام جدت القائمه خير وبركه. نعم ما جت احنا نبغى نحافظ على فرصه خيرنا على خير في السكه هذا من الخير الالعاب الماضيه الالعاب جايه اجل القائمه لحد الساعات القائمه طويل من النقاط. السنه دي اتوقع طويل جدا تقريبا ما شاء الله عنده عدد عنده نوعيه عنده استراتيجيه بس تبارك الله على بجزة أرقامية هو الظهور لها ستاتستكس طبعا أمثال المضطرة صاحبة الانتصار لم يكسر الخارج
مع مدرب الصوت الياباني مثلث اسمه صحيح الجنائي امها حاميه تتكلم عن سبع وجانا ثلاث انتصارات العباس على انتصار امام ثلاث انتصار والرولان امام
وكذلك إلافة لصبر الخير.
نعم طبعا إلافة لصبر فليفرز
رقم 2.
نعم رقم 2 نعم ما شاء الله تبارك الله. مشاركة واحدة خارج عادل الخيري صبر فليفرز
هلا بالقمر لسعيد
مع المدرب حسين ابراهيم وخير عبد الله الحميد اللي عنده تسميحات 3 كيلو لديه مشاركه في الاسبوع الثاني يعني صار 200 متاخر مدربها حسين ابراهيم يدرب المسابقات
مراجل لثلاث الأجهزة والظهور من البلاد دفاع.
ما شاء الله تبارك الله. القادمة من بريطانيا أول مشاركة
نفسي جلوري لصبر المواد الكردة مشاركة واحدة ثالثة.
صحيح منتجه في امريكا من مدرب عندهم العلي وخيار عبد الله الخميس شاركوا اكيد الاسبوع الثاني والمساق على مساق
كل لاعب للامير سعد بن عبد الله على
القادم من أمريكا ابنة
Heading to post in the last. We're complete here with the fillies maiden over 1,600 metres for juveniles. Horses 4, 6, 4 and 6 both don't go, leaving us with 8 runners for our concluding race on Taif Flower Cup night. And the White Stable, the winners of the Taif Flower Cup, have a representative here in the shape of Tadawad, who is a first-time starter for King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons and Abdul Rahman Al Fahid. Abdullah Al Farouz, who was celebrating big race success 25 minutes ago, as the market leader here. 13 to 8 for Tadawad. Unraced Tajaweed filly out of an unraced local bred mare. Could be anything really for leading connections. Second favourite is Artawi, who carries the same file as the market leader, 130. Alex Moreno is on board for Salda Al-Qatani. She is an unraced Teletext filly out of a 20 rated local bred mare, so the pedigree doesn't exactly appeal, but you cannot discount any runners from this yards. 20, goodness me, why did they bother? Tumu has experience, 4 to 1, third choice in the market. Tumu made some late headway to finish 4th of 14 over 1,200 metres here in July. That was on debut and should be helped by this extra distance. A quick word on Nash Glory, 17 to 2, number 7, who was 6th of 14 on debut over 1,200 metres here last month and showed some ability on that occasion. Could fare better. Experience under her belt. We are loading for the final race this evening. Fillies maiden for 1,600 metres the trip. 4 and 6 don't go. So a nice simple 8-runner race to complete the card. Don't forget, we're back here tomorrow for more racing on Jcsa Al Massif Cup night. Forward to the action tomorrow that gets underway at the same time of 4:30 local time. A few interesting open races. The Shubra Cup and the Jcsa Al Massif Cup, the 2 highlights. Artawi goes in for Alex Moreno, so just waiting on Tamu to complete the line. Tamu into 7. Jockey is not aboard at the moment. She does have previous with this. Eventually, she will head in. Should be almost there. You can see the horse's nose-banded head in the stalls. Rider climbing back aboard. But ready to meet. They're off. Racing for the final time this evening. Tadawad was away to her right, left as we look upon exiting the stalls. Lacking early gears is Stormline as they race through the first 200 metres. 1,600 in total for these juvenile fillies in a maiden. And the red jacket of Artawi is the first to show. Nash Glory in the white and blue colours is also accelerating forward. To the right is a Lafa. Away to the left is Turbo. Extreme left for Tadawad. And this quintet head towards the halfway stage down the back straight. Hala Biel Kamar, the black jacket with the white cap, races in that back trio, split in both Stormline and Maragil, who has dropped away rather tamely at the moment. Maragil is last of the 8 runners as they head into the turn. It is Elafa to the inside of Artawi. The outside of those is Nash Glory, with Tadawat now picking up the bid in 4th. Tomu pushed along in 5th place. Hala Bial Kamar is under pressure 6 lengths away. Maragil no longer in last place. The Stormline is the new back marker on the way to the home turn. It is Abdullah Al-Kamij aboard Nash Glory. passing the 400-meter marker with a clear cushion over Artawi in second place. Tadawad has found little for pressure. Tumu runs on as they head down the lane. It is Najd Glory beginning to open up her stride. She leads by 6, 8, maybe 10 lengths. Artawi is being left in her wake. Tumu running on into third, and then Tadawad, who will not be winning today. Najd Glory is home and hose and had this race in safekeeping of the home turn for a brilliant victory. Najd Glory off the mark at the second attempt has won by 15 lengths. Artawi took second, tight third between Tadawad and Tumu. Fifth went to Marajil, followed by a Lafa, Stormline. Last to complete was Ala Bial Kamar. 1:49.51 the winning time, an 18-length victory. Najd Glory beats Artawi home in second place. Third was close, between 9 and 10. I thought Tumu maybe on first look. Najd Glory beats Artawi. Yeah, Tumu definitely third. Tadawad fourth. Ahead then of Marajil. So Najd Glory has done it in good fashion in the end. Hard to say whether she's a future star, but she's certainly progressed from her debut effort and has battered these Abdullah Al-Khamis on the score sheet to win the last race. 7, 1, 10, 9 and 5 the order. We'll see you again tomorrow.
السباق من المشاركة الثانية وتظهر ستة أشواط القسم السابع الشوط 11. إذا نجد جاليري ابن سايبر نايم بطلة في هذا الشوط. ألف مبروك للطلبة والدكتور مدرب الجمع العالي والخيال عبد الله الخميس الذي يتجه الآن للتدريب.
شكرا زميلي احمد. وفي ختام الاشواط من امسيه الجمعه هذه البطله نجد جلري تعود بانتصارها الاول وبحضورها المميز مع عبد الله الخميس، وهذه الفرحه مع طاقم الاسطبل. ويا عبد الله يا عبد الله ونجد نجد وعبد الله، الف مبروك عبد الله الفوز والانتصار.
الله يبارك فيك. ذلك لا يكفي مدرب الجمع العالي باختصار المدرب احمد عطيه. اشكرهم على هذا التشكيل بما ذكرت. صوت اقرا صوت هادي لا تشكر
إذا مشاهدينا الكرام ما شاء الله تبارك الله، نجد كلري لاسطبل بوادر الخيل، نبارك له ونبارك الممدوح العلي والخيال عبد الله الخميس. 17 وربع طول عن نجاح المركز الثاني القومي. أداء كبير سواه عبد الله الخميس صراحة مع بالتأكيد نجد جلوري. حاول بخروجها طول سنين، لو شفت الشوط يهديها يمسكها، يحاول قدر الإمكان يهدي هذا الخروج الدفاع القوية، كسر الشوط كما يريد. ما شاء الله تبارك الله 17 طول وربع.
17 طول، وذلك يصطدم نوازل الخير. ممدوح العلي مدربا، عبد الله الخميس حيانا، ما شاء الله ابن سايبر. هذا
وكذلك الاستاذ اسطبل نوادر الخيل ومدرب المنتخب العلي والخير عبد الله الخميس على هذا الاداء المميز وعلى هذا التحضير المميز من مدرب المنتخب العلي اللي حضر الدرس ما شاء الله. ما استعجل عليه حضورها الاول كان مستنين ونشوف الان نكتسب الخبره. قدم اليوم عرض مميز 17 طول وربع طول عن مساحه المركز الكامل لاول ظهور لها، ولكن الفرس اليوم ما شاء الله تحضير مميز من المدرب في هذا الموقف من الخيال وقراءه كذلك من جريان الشوط ما شاء الله عليها. الفرس اليوم استعرض بالبنايك ذكرت قبل قليل من كانت فارقه. الف مبروك
تفضل الزميل احمد.
شكرا جزيلا فيصل. وفي ختام الاشواط نمشي في الجمعه وختامها مع البطله لوري لمنتخب النوادي تحقق انتصار مميز وفي ظهور الاول تفت مشوار المدرب المنتخب العربي الحديث بشكل فرحه وانتصار البطله لها باسمها يعني نصيب، يعني اسم انيق واسم يدل على الفاز كانت لوري. كيف حضرتوها وكيف استقطبتوها اليوم مع اسطبل النوادي ابو سالم؟ تعودنا عليك دائما نشوف الانجازات الاوروبيه والانجازات الافريقيه.
الحمد لله هذا التوفيق الله عز وجل. هذه من خيرات ولك وحب ابارك الله في استقبل الاستاذ عبد الله الاستاذ والمنصور المسؤولين وبناء المسابقه بدايه ما
يوم اتصالا كيف كانت اجابته وايضا
في شارك كان يجب ان يصدق فكنت متامل في المسابقه هذه ان شاء الله باذن لنا خالد ان شاء الله ان هذا يكون
كل اهداف مع الدوري اهداف مختلفه.
والله يمكن ان نبدا مع تدخل الثانيات ونتابع اليوم مستوى جدا ممتاز نشوف الخطوه الثانيه تكون بعد المستوى في ذلك
في اهداف معينه للنوادر كيف نستطيع توجهون بخطط معينه اهداف معينه؟
والله احنا اشترون الانسان في صار مسابقات بعد 5 شهور تبدا وما زلنا
شكرا جزيلا. كان هذا مشاهدينا الكرام حديث المدرب ممدوح العلي حول انتصار البطل لوري برباية تسجيل هذا الشعار وملاك هذا الشعار. ومع الصوت الختامي نختم تمثيلنا لهذا اليوم. ننوه ايضا الصور بعدها الفعاليات المتصاحبه والاجواء المتصاحبه ضمن ميدان الملك خالد. نشكركم على مواجدكم ونقول ان شاء الله تبقى تنورونا وتشرفونا في ميدان الملك خالد. وعود اليك زميلي فيصل من الزملاء المحللين واسم المحللين. كيف ترشيحاتكم؟ صايبه اليوم ولا طالعه نازله مثل السوق الاسود؟
لا ان شاء الله صايبه يعني بالعكس. شكرا لك. النتيجه النهائيه بعد اعتماد لجنه الاسباق والتحكيم استطاعت نجم جلوري اسطبل النوادر الخيل لبعد المنتخب العربي قياده عبد الله الخميس في المركز الاول بنسبه 49 61. الثاني رقم 1 الركابيه للسيد عبد العزيز. المركز الثالث رقم 10 تمور نادي العرين. المركز الرابع رقم 9 نتوعد يستمر ابناء الملك عبد الله بن عبد العزيز. المركز الخامس رقم 5 مراتب الفلاح العربي. كانت هذه النتيجه النهائيه بعد اعتماد هذه الاسباب. انا صراحه